for the long haul. We're here for Scottish independence. I'm going to invite a young man onto the stage now who has a declaration that he wants to bring to our attention, a declaration that is available at a tent over here that I want you all to be signing by the end of today. But let me introduce Mike Fenwick to say some more.
I've been told to be very brief, so I'm going to do this in a simple way. I'm going to ask Tommy a question. That's the declaration he's referring to. It's a declaration of a sovereign Scot. And Tommy and I backstage read through it, so he knew what he was going to be invited to do. This question is to Tommy, and it's to everyone that's standing in front of me just now. Tommy, do you consent to the continuation of the Treaty of Union?
It's got to be a very loud no! Thank you very much, Mike.
I'm over there. I hope to see you later, and have a great, great Scottish day.
Brilliant, Mike. Thank you very much. I'm now going to introduce the Kymatics, who are one of those stalwarts of hope over fear, supporters of independence, who are always here come rain or shine to entertain us along with our other artists. There's something on this particular declaration that Mike's just mentioned, something I regret actually. It's an oath. Some of you won't be aware of this, but when you become an MSP, you have to sign an oath. And instead of the oath being to the sovereignty of the people of Scotland, it's actually to an unelected crown. I've got to say, it's one of the biggest regrets in my life that I actually signed that particular oath. Let's make sure in an independent Scotland, the only oath that you sign is to the sovereignty of the people of Scotland. Let's hear it for the Kymatics!
Yeah. you bone.
Rise up. Rise up.
From the ash and the bone.
Rise up.
You gotta take on the cold and
Rise up.
get some heat in your bones.
Rise up. Rise up. Rise up. Rise up. Rise up.
Rise up. Right, I'm gonna introduce the band. Give it up for Japo on the drums. AJ on the bass. Wayne on the guitar here. My husband Johnny on this guitar here. I'm Gemma. Thank you everyone for lending us your ears. We're the Chymatics from Aberdeen. Look us up online. 2, 3, 4.
Fly on these wings, carry your back home. Fly on these wings on your own. You gotta fly on these wings, carry
You gotta rise
your love back home.
You gotta rise
On these wings, oh,
You gotta rise up. Oh, you gotta rise up.
rise up.
Oh, you gotta rise up.
Gotta rise up.
Oh, you gotta rise up. You gotta rise up.
Gotta rise up.
You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta rise up, yeah. Woo. Fly on these wings, carry your love back home. Fly on these wings on your own. Thank you.
Cheers, folks.
This next song's called Jock's Lament. It's a story about the Highland clearances, and we hope you enjoy it. Inside my brother's eyes, I heard a wild wolf howl. Drowned my mother's cry.
With the rage in mind,
The strength I had to fly left in my head. There would be no more blood, there would be no more tears. Enough of both were spilled over 100 years.
the man will spoil no more.
There will be no more pain and no more death. You would stand, but all would fight. Love and land bestowed by right.
And I won't ask again.
I won't ask again
For what is mine?
yeah.
I put my first foot forward, stood my ground upon this borderline.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Hey.
If you would stand, but all would fight. For love and land bestowed by her right. Said I won't ask again.
I won't ask again
For what is mine? I put my first foot forward, stood my ground upon this borderline. Eureka blood, Eureka blood, Eureka day.
Yori Cooper, Yori Cooper, Yori Canale.
Yori Cooper, Yori Cooper, Yori Canale. I put my first foot forward, stood my ground upon this borderline.
Let go! Cheers.
There's a wee cover for you. You might recognise this one.
We want you to join in with the chorus of this, okay? I need a hand. And then what we're gonna do is have a little jig at the end. And I want you to link arms with the person that's closest to you and spin them round as fast as possible, okay? Pete, I'm coming down to you, right? With a bit of a right carry on. Everyone knows the words to this song, it's Zombie. Another child
For you.
slowly taken. And the violence causes silence to us be mistaken. It's the same old thing since 1916. Your head, they are crying with their tents and their bombs and their guns and their guns. Your head, they are dying. Your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, what's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, 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 oh. So after this verse, we're linking arms and we're spinning each other around as fast as we can, okay? We're gonna have the biggest Scottish jig in George Square ever. Another mother's breaking, heart is breaking. The violence causes silence. Who are we mistaken? It's the same old feel since 1960. Your head, they are crying with their tanks and their bombs and their guns and their guns. Your head, they We're gonna join in with the chorus, okay? In your head, zombie, zombie. Louder.
One, two, three, four.
Thank you.
Cheers, folks. This is the last song from us. It's awesome to see your beautiful faces and the salt air's flying high, especially your beautiful face. Hope you've had a fantastic afternoon. We'll be kicking about. If you want to buy some merch, really cheap, discounted rates, give us a shout.
If you want to support us, come and buy some t-shirts or CDs or USBs. It would be massively appreciated. Help us buy our petrol back to Aberdeen.
Take your time, my friend. Here's my heart to lend.
Blood runs cold as stone. Leaves you all alone.
Got you running through my head.
The sun will set tonight.
I've got you running through my head.
Everyone lives twice.
I've got you running through my head.
Blood runs cold as stone.
I've got you running through my head.
Leaves you all alone.
I've got you running through my head. I've got to run through my head.
Please you, oh Lord.
Hey folks, cheers for having us. It's been awesome.
I think you just want one more drop. It's quite a dancey number. We're going to do one more drop and then we're going to be on our way. If you want to come round the front and buy some merchandise, we would massively appreciate it. You ready?
I've got to run through my head. I've got to run through my head. I've got to run through my
The
head.
sun will set tonight.
I've got to run through my head.
Everyone lives by.
I've got to run through my head.
Blood runs cold as stone.
I've got to run through my head.
Leave you all alone. Thank you.
Cheers, folks. Have a good one.
Cheers, Scotland.
What the? Let's hear it for the Kinematics! Brilliant, guys. Thank you very, very much. Brothers and sisters, we're going to start with our speeches before we're entertained by another musician. I do want to remind you, hope over fear. T-shirts are available. Please help yourself. We do have one brand of T-shirt that we made last year that is still on sale, but you're better getting a deal with a new one that's got Scotland United on it, because the other one says free in 23, because we were promised, you remember, a 19th October Indy Ref 2. Well, I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. But please help out with the stalls that are here representing the independence movement. And always remember, we're all pulling in the one direction. We're all part of the one cause, the cause of Scottish independence. Can I invite Judith Reid onto the stage, who's going to tell us all about the chain of freedom. Judith.
Hi everybody, what a fantastic sight. I'm just going to read this speech. I'm absolutely useless at platforming. However, I've got it written down, so hopefully you can all hear me. Can you hear me at the back? Is that way better? Okay, here we go. I'm Judith Reid and I'm part of a team that was formed back in January this year, and here today to talk to you about the Chain of Freedom Scotland. I hope you've all heard about it. The Chain of Freedom Scotland is a unique, momentous and historical project that was set to take place along the Forth and Clyde Canal towpath, and dare I say it, the Union Canal. We no longer have permissions for the Union Canal, with Scottish Canals citing health and safety issues. However, on Saturday the 14th of October, 4 weeks today, us determined and thrawn Scots will take to the Forth and Clyde Canal towpath, which is only 57 kilometres long. That's very important. You remember 57 kilometres long. We need this, and we need you to make this happen. On the 23rd of August in 1989, countries across the Baltics managed to muster over 2 million people who held hands to form a human chain of over 600 kilometres long. Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania making a stand, a human chain in solidarity for their respective countries. They didn't have the resources that we have today, social media, internet and instant access at the touch of our fingers, but they did it against all the odds. And at present, Lithuania has had one of the fastest growing economies in Europe for the past few years, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Lithuania became the first Soviet state to declare independence 7 months after their human chain. By 1991, the independence of all 3 states was recognised by most Western countries. The protest was one of the earliest and longest unbroken human chains in history. Let us take from them the possibilities and the empowerment that their citizens showed on that historic day. We must draw a line here today in Freedom Square. Together we can and we will stand in solidarity as a nation determined in regaining our independence. On the 14th of October, we will line the banks of Scotland's Forth and Clyde Canal in defiance, in spite of the suppression that has rained down on us for 316 years. Perhaps not always seeing eye to eye, but for our independence, we will put party allegiances aside and stand hand in hand for our very own chain of freedom, Scotland. We are not going to back down. We are not going to give up. We must galvanise and we must show our determination. Get registered, get signed up. Do not be that missing link. Go network, go energise, and let's make history. Our time is now. Thank you.
Well done, Judith Reid, everybody! Chain of Freedom, Judith Reid! Our next speaker needs no introduction, a stalwart of the independence movement for several decades, someone who actually lives the principle that all elected independence MPs should live by. He's been sent down there not to settle down, but to settle up. Put your hands together for Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you, Tablet Tommy. Thanks very much. Can I tell you, I've tried independence. I'm living independence at the moment. It's working quite well. It isn't enforced independence, but independence is a good thing. So let's just keep that in mind. Friends, it's good to see you all joining here together. But we really have to stop meeting like this. It's past time for us to be meeting like this. Things should have happened by now. We should be independent by now. Unfortunately, we're not independent by now. And this week in the House of Commons, I mentioned that Ireland has a budget surplus of 10 billion euros. Scotland doesn't. Ireland in 3 years' time will have 20 billion euros. Scotland can't build small hospitals in small islands. I know this in the Hebrides. Things have to change for us, but they won't change with Holyrood as it is. We know that. One thing Holyrood can do for us, though, we know that referendums are blocked. We know that we can't have a referendum, and we have to get our head around that. But Holyrood could hold an early election if it wanted. It's so far chosen not to. And I know that the eyes of Holyrood are on the eyes of the SNP HQ are currently on the Westminster election. And fair enough, they've got a strategy for that. I don't think it's going to work. I've wanted an early Holyrood election. I wanted that since the first interview I gave on the steps of the Supreme Court last November following the decision that said Holyrood couldn't organise a referendum. The early election can still happen, and it might have to happen after the Westminster election. There's no chance before it, but we have to start thinking when the next strategy doesn't work, like the previous strategies don't work, because you can't have a mandate that's depending on somebody else to fulfill it. You need to be able to do it yourself. And when you find out that you will not get any further unless you take the power into your own hands, you will inevitably have to use the ballot box, have to use elections, and have to make sure that you can get Scotland's votes into those ballot boxes. The Supreme Court stopped the referendum for a reason, and that reason was democracy, as they say in their own judgment in paragraph 81. Look it up. There is authority in the ballot box. Even if it's no legal power, it's got authority in a democracy. Now, we can use those ballot boxes at an election, but a better election to hold is a Holyrood one called on independence, not a sideshow of a Westminster election where the media has given us little attention. We could stop the world if we called an early Holyrood election. We may well have to. When we stop the world, it will watch, it will look at us, all countries, all of Scotland, Europe, the wider world, Westminster. Is Scotland going to get on, or is Scotland going to pass it the chance up again, as happened in 2014? Friends, I think the next time the Scots get to the ballot box, the people of Scotland will vote for independence. But we have to get ourselves to the ballot box. Now, as we know, the focus is going to be on the next Westminster election in the next 9 to 12 months. And I think the parties who stand in have to not look for independence votes for the parties, but have to look for party votes for independence and work together. Now, people might not get on very well personally, but egos have to be put to one side. Alapa, SNP shouldn't oppose each other at the elections, because if it's a first past the post election, to get some traction, we need maximum nationalist independence MPs going forward. And I know I'm still standing in a Hilling in a year, and I challenge both Alapa and the SNP to work with me. Hamza Yousaf and Alex Salmond, let's show it's not about parties, let's show it's about people who are pushing for independence, and let's make it happen. We can make this happen. There are many ways. There are better ways than we've had in the past. And I'll leave you the parting shot, friends. Perhaps we need to have a debate between the leader of Alapa, the leader of the SNP, the leader of the Greens, for us all, and let's thrash out the best way forward together, and not, as it happened in the past, one or two people imposing ideas that failed and are still failing on too many people. It's bigger than 2 or 3 party leaders. It has to be everybody together. And finally, independence has to come. We know it has to come. When we see our neighbours round about us, when we see Ireland, when we see Iceland, when we see Norway, we see Denmark, we see the tiny Faroe Islands, with far more international personality than Scotland, far better standard of living, less poverty, less obsession, less obscenity of the 2-child policy coming from Westminster. And incidentally, I noticed the SNP, my former party, every week, every day of every week, have a press release out condemning and criticising, rightly condemning and rightly criticising the policies from Westminster. But they have the power to end it, and they have the power to end it with an early Holyrood election. Use the ballot boxes, do it soon. If you don't have an early Holyrood election before Westminster, let's make sure you have it just after, because you're going to need to do it that way in the end. Thank you, friends.
Angus McNeill! And let's hope for the cause of independence that candidates like Angus are returned as unity, independence candidates. Scotland united. That's what we want at the Westminster and the Holyrood elections. Brothers and sisters, one of our other stalwarts musicians is Ted Christopher. He's going to come up here and do what he does every year. He's going to entertain you. Hands together for Ted Christopher.
How you silent? How you doing? Right, just while we're getting the sound finalised here. Just going on with what was said there. There are loads and loads of problems in Scotland. There have been, as long as I can remember. These problems have never been addressed by Westminster. They're still going to be here. If we're in a union, they're still going to be here in 10, 15 years. So to everybody that says to you, these problems have to be addressed by the Scottish people, yes, they have. But Westminster's not going to do it in the next 15 years. So what's wrong with us spending the next 2 or 3 years and making sure we're free? And we'll sort these problems ourselves. Anyway, let's have a bit of fun. No, I'm not doing that. I've not actually decided what I'm doing yet. The winter sun was shining this morning on the glen, and the frost on the trees took my breath away. The snow-covered mountains, they never seemed so near, and my thoughts turned to harmony and a coming year. Shasland, Yvonne, my good friends, here's a toast from the old land. Wherever you may be, may your God watch over you. As the first bell chimes, raise a glass to your homeland as you take the first steps into another year. Days are gone, all my heart, my home, where our fathers fought to be free. Now we have our say, we will lead the way. Once more, old Scotland forever. High above this land that I love, there's a flag that longs to be free. Let the banners fly 'neath the Scottish sky. Once more, old Scotland forever. Thank you. I'm cutting songs a wee bit short because I'm going to try and fit in as many as I possibly can. I'm very privileged to have the opportunity to travel the world playing music. And it's an indisputable fact that the world loves us in Scotland. Britain, not so much. And why do they love us? They love us because we're friendly, because we're colourful, because we have a fantastic history, and because we're fun to be with. And on that note, that is one of our strongest assets, because the establishment and the media don't know how to deal with happy politics. Politics to them should all be about confrontation. They can't handle it when Scots who deeply believe in our future as an independent nation smile and have fun. It's just alien to them. They don't know what to do. They really want to give us, put us down and show us up as radical idiots. But we're not. We're having fun. And you know what? The world loves us having fun. So, let's have a wee bit of fun. You fancy a Gay Gordons? Come on, let's go for it. Just see if we get this on the telly, folk doing a Gay Gordons. Then the media are going to think, what the fuck's this? War he been, say brollat. War he been, say cantail. War he ye been? Say, lads, come ye by Killicranky, oh. Go for it! I fought at land, I fought at sea, at home I fought my auntie, oh. I fought the devil and Dundee on the braes of Killicranky, oh. And ye been where I been, the one of them sick auntie, oh. And ye hae seen what I hae seen on the braes of Killicranky, oh. Step gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm and row and row, all for Mary's wedding. Oh, but it'll be up and down, Murtle Green and Bragg and Brown, past the shield and through the town, all for sake of Mary. Once was a troop Irish dragoons came marching in through Pivy, oh. And the captain fell in love with a bonny, bonny lass, and her name it was cried Pretty Peggy, oh. There's money a bonny lass in the how mocht her less. There's money a bonny lass in the Geary, oh. There's money a bonny Jean in the streets o' Aberdeen. But the pride o' them all is in Phoebe, oh. The year was 1320, in the abbey of our growth, were sons of sovereign Scotland first took that solemn oath. For freedom we'll endeavour, for liberty we'll strive, but to England no surrender, while 100 true Scots survive. On that glorious occasion was Scotland's future threat to foreign domination. We never shall submit. For freedom we'll endeavour, for liberty we'll strive, but to England no surrender, while 100 true Scots survive. By to England no surrender, while 100 true Scots survive. Thank you very much. Right, I think I've done this song every time that I've come here. This is a song that I wrote for William Wallace's funeral, which didn't happen until 2005, 700 years after he was executed at Smithfield. And I sang this in the church in Smithfield, right next to where he was killed. And we believe that we brought Wallace's spirit back home to Scotland. That might sound like a bit of a fairy story, but in 2005, I think, my figures are maybe slightly out, but I think we had 6 Scottish MPs. We've come a long, long way since then. Did not close my eyes for the last time under Caledonian skies, with my good friends gathered all around me to say their last goodbye. But it will not be forgotten in the heart of every Scot. I still live on. Now it's time to fly the Saltire high. My spirit's coming home. They tore apart my body so we could not rise on Judgment Day. What they did not realize as now will never go away. I'm coming back to the land I love, to the people I hold dear, to Scotland, St Andrew, and freedom. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, back where I belong. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, my spirit's coming home. Now I'm returning after all this time to Caledonian skies, to the country I died for, so that our nation could survive. Once again to stand beside the people I hold dear, for Scotland, St Andrew, and freedom. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, back where I belong. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, my spirit's coming home, to Scotland, St Andrew, and freedom. Back to Scotland, St Andrew, and freedom. Thanks very much. Before I come on, I was asked if I would do this song, and when we are free as a nation, we will, of course, be a totally inclusive nation. So this is a wee song about social inclusion. Ginger pubes are acceptable. Ginger pubes are acceptable. Ginger pubes are acceptable. We love ginger pubes. Ginger pubes are acceptable. Ginger pubes are acceptable. Ginger pubes are acceptable. Just knowing your food. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. We're going to Germany. Que sera, sera. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. We're going to Germany. Que sera, sera. Thank you very much. Right, I've got time for one more, so you fancy a wee sing-song? Right, you all know the words, let's go for it. By yon bonny banks and by yon bonny praise, where the sun shines bright, all Loch Lomond, where me and my true love spend many days bonny, bonny banks of Lord. You take the high road, and I'll take the low road. I'll be in Scotland before you, where me and my true love will never meet again. On the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. There's a man upbeat walks up our street. He's been working for the council. It's been 20 years. And he takes no lip off nobody and litter off the gutter. And he puts it in a bag. And he never seems to mutter. And he puts his lunch in a sun-blessed bag. And the children call him Bogey. But he never lets on. Cause I know that he once told me he let me know a secret about the money in his kitty. I was gonna buy a dinghy and call her Dignity. No sailor up the west coast through villages and towns. I'll be on my holidays and they'll be doing the rounds. They'll ask me how I got it. I'll say I saved my money. They'll say, isn't she pretty? The ship called Dignity. Set it up, 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 set it up. Set it up again, set it up again, set it up again. Set it up, 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 set it up. Set it up again, set it up again, set it up again. Right, it'd be really nice if everybody sang. Everybody in the square, let's hear this. Oh, flower of Scotland, when will we see your lakes again? That fought and died for your wee bit hill and glen, and stood against them. Proud Edward's army, and sent him homeward. Say, think again. Those days are past now, and in the past they must remain. But we can still rise now and be the nation again that stood against him. Proud Edward's army, and sent him homeward. Say, think again. And sent him homeward. Say, think again. Thank you very much. There are some great speakers lined up this afternoon. Listen to what they have to say and go home and individually do the best that you can do to further the cause. We're going to get there. Enjoy the music this afternoon as well. Have a great day. Thank you very much for listening. See you soon.
Everybody, put your hands together for Ted Christopher! Brilliant, son. Brilliant. Brothers and sisters, I've been asked to remind you, for any of the younger members of the audience or the older members of the audience who fancy a bit of face painting, there's a face painting tent there, so get your wee bit of face painting done. While the next speakers' addresses, our next musicians are going to be setting up, they've promised to do it with as little disturbance as possible, and I'm sure they always keep their promises. Please welcome our next speaker, SNP MP, recent leadership candidate, someone who is prepared to be outspoken in the cause that we all share with her, the cause of independence. Put your hand together for Ash Regan.
Good afternoon, Glasgow yesers. You're looking great. So those of us who believe that Scotland is an ancient nation, those of us who believe that just running your own affairs is perfectly normal, and those of us who long for Scotland to retake its place in the world, we will never be satisfied with the status quo. We will never be satisfied with devolution. Because we want independence. And the time for it is now. Not next year, not in the next parliamentary term, but we need to be working on it now. And I believe that we should be taking control of this process ourselves. We should not be begging Westminster for something that is our own decision to make. I do, and hopefully they'll be watching this and they'll hear me say it again. So, our leadership, what we need from them right now is we need them to continue to make the case for independence. We need them to set out a compelling vision that we can all get behind. But we need them to secure us a democratic event so that we can move forward. So I believe that we should be uniting in a democratic alliance. That we should be approaching the next election, or any election, as an opportunity for Scotland to express its choice. We don't ask permission, we go ahead and do it. And that if we get over 50% plus one of that, we would be able to take that as a democratic, clear instruction directly from the people of Scotland to both the government in Westminster and also the government in Edinburgh to just get on with it. We cannot go to Westminster on the back of opinion polls. We need an electoral victory that will put this beyond any doubt whatsoever, and I think that is the way that we can do this. Now, I know you know this, but as politicians, we work for you. We work for the public, not the other way around. And I think that some of us have perhaps forgotten that a wee bit recently. So I'd like to ask for your help. I'd like to ask you to continue to raise your voices, to engage with your politicians, particularly your SNP politicians, and ask them to think seriously about this path that I'm suggesting for how we get a democratic mandate for independence. I believe we need to stand united. Our destination is independence, nothing less. And it will be the choice of the Scottish people. And we know, and you know, that the Scottish people are sovereign. And they will make that choice for us. And when they do, I believe that they will choose freedom. Thank you.
Brothers and sisters, Ash Regan! Fabulous. Brothers and sisters, the next speaker, I hope he forgives me if I make this point. He may not forgive me because it's going to make him appear older than he actually looks. But 33 years ago, I shared platforms with this man. And in those days, we were fighting against Thatcher's poll tax together. Today I'm proud to be sharing a platform fighting for Scotland's freedom together. Kenny McCaskill, MP, Deputy Leader of Alba.
Let's remember that we fought the poll tax when our political leaders told us to pay it. Not only did we defeat the poll tax, we brought down Margaret Thatcher. Well, we're back again. We've been coming here for many years. There's some stood here on the 19th of September 2014 and they said that the dream would never die. And it hasn't. But what has happened? We've leafleted. We've marched, we've campaigned, we've voted. And what have we been told by our political leaders? We've been told to wheesht. We've been told now is not the time. We've been told we require a gold-plated plan to be able to proceed. All the while our country's plight has worsened. Then we were told there would be a no ifs, no buts referendum in October. This should be the run-up to that occasion when we get the opportunity to cast our votes to liberate our nation. Instead, it's not a no ifs, no buts referendum. It's no referendum at all. It's simply not acceptable. We were told there'd be a plan B. The reality is there was never a plan A. We were told, trust in us, one more push, one more mandate. We'll demand, then we'll deliver. We've given countless mandates. We've been on marches and we've given support and nothing has happened. We're told now, this time they mean it. This time they'll demand. This time Sunak and Starmer will blink, even although Johnson and May didn't shift. This time we're told it will be different. It's time for action. The need is greater than ever. Poverty is escalating in our land. Our country that is energy rich sees almost half of its people in fuel poverty, and we're not even in winter. As the proclaimers sing, we beg for a piece of what's already ours. The time has come to take back control of our own affairs, as it's time to take back control of our own energy. We cannot allow this to continue. No more must we put our faith in strategies that are flawed, in pleas that fall on deaf ears, in those, as the proclaimers sing, who boast and then they cower. Scotland won't be dragged out of the EU against its will. Well, it has, and we're paying the price. That's why it's time for action. The time is now, as others have said. It's time for Scotland United, because if we don't stand together, then, as the saying goes, we'll hang apart. It's time for Scotland United at the election to allow our people to deliver that vote that is the basis for a push for independence. And it's time now for action. That is the basis for a constitutional convention. The time of seeking to give power to an elite, to allow them to demand but then not to deliver, are past. We cannot have the situation continuing of boasting and then cowering. It's action, it's independence, and it's Scotland United.
Guys, put your hands together again. Kenny McCaskill, MP. Hopefully, while the guys are getting tuned and ready here, I can make the point absolutely clearly that the various speakers that we've had on this platform already illustrates clearly that the spirit, the mood, the desire across the whole of the independence movement is for us to come together under the one united banner of independence for Scotland. Please come together. Come together. If there's one thing this rally is all about is promoting that Scotland United message. I'm now looking for a wee thumbs up because I'm looking forward to listening to a band who have been picking up awards and acclaim all over Scotland. They seem to be in huge demand at festival after festival. Please put your hands together for Really Jiggered!
Thank you, Glasgow! We are really jiggered, and this next song is called Walking Boots. We are walking for independence. We will have it! Time is till we sing a song of home and lost. We begin our walk together, our walking boots right on. The sheep are on our land, our feet they leave the sand, our souls they soar for unknown land, our walking boots right on. Through the raid, my throat is burned by gas and fear. Our walking boots right on. The sheep are on our land, our feet they leave the sand, our boats they sail for unknown land. Our walking boots right on. We cannot know. To God we pray, do not betray. Our walking boots right on. Our dreams are all gone now. We're living in this hell. Our boats that sink and men that lie. Our walking boots right on. I'm sure you'll all be having a few drams tonight. This next one is called The Parting Glass. to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you
Thank you very, very much, Glasgow. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. We've got one more tune for you. If you're enjoying our music, we are called Really Jiggered. We're on Facebook and Instagram and all the other kind of social media things. But thanks so much for being a fantastic audience. And yes, we'll see you soon. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed this last one. It's great to have you all here. And the sunshine is now out. Yes. So, get your hands up!
Fiona McNeil on guitar and Baran. We had everyone here at George Square. Hope over fear. Thank you so much for having us here. Enjoy the rest of your day. We've got Alison McNeil on the fiddle and vocals. And we are really jiggered. Thank you very I want everyone to get down low and start jumping. When I count 10, get down Thank you!
Brothers and sisters, absolutely fabulous. Put your hands together for Really Jiggered! Brilliant. Can I just say, we'll be having you back. Next year's the 10th anniversary. I'm sure they'll be here. Brilliant. Brothers and sisters, our next speaker, another Member of Parliament, a supporter of independence, someone who has always put his principles first and foremost and fought for the cause that we all believe in. Please put your hands together for Neil Hanvey, MP.
Good afternoon, yesers. You hear me now? Okay, in 4 weeks and 4 days' time, it will be the 18th of October and the eve of the independence referendum we were promised. Where is our referendum? In 2014, Better Together told us Scotland can't. And we replied, yes, we can. And who can forget the patronising Better Together lady who told her husband Paul to shut up and eat his cereal? We didn't listen to them then. So why should we listen to anyone who puts a limit on the ambitions of Scotland today? Then we spoke as one movement, with vision, with passion, for a better Scotland. The SNP leadership have decided they want to go it alone. But before they have even debated their motion with their members at conference, the UK government and the Labour opposition are laughing at them and saying they will already ignore any such mandate. This is not a roadmap to independence. It's a wrong turn up another cul-de-sac of a constitutional blockage, and we must resist it. Nowhere in the McCorkadale opinion does it say begging for an independence referendum is an option, because the Scottish Government ruled that option out with their ill-fated UK Supreme Court action. That option is gone completely.
I'm just going to quote some stuff from Professor McCorkadale. He is unequivocal in his opinion. The people of Scotland are distinct within the UK and have a right to self-determination. As the people of Scotland are a people for the purposes of the right to self-determination, they can exercise it. The choice of the means to exercise is for the people to decide, not for the state. Furthermore, Professor McCorkadale explains that the UK, as a signatory to international human rights treaties, has expressly accepted that the right to self-determination is a human right and not just an international legal principle, and is binding under international law on all signatory states. Don't let anyone tell you we can't. However, a key requirement to bringing that right into effect is that we must speak to the world as one movement, not a single political party. The SNP leadership motion is the opposite of what needs to be done. After 10 years of inaction and unpopular policies, the SNP leadership's plan of going it alone just won't fly. Just as the patronising Better Together lady, no one wants to be told to shut up and eat their cereal. And make no mistake, Wisht for Indy is the same message. Don't think we know best. We'll decide for you. Well, in 2021, I decided I'd had my fill of Wisht for Indy cereal. And I will shut up no longer. Well, I have absolutely no regrets. And let me be clear, the risks of continued inaction are serious and significant. This summer, I attended an international conference on independence, and I heard firsthand from countries across the world whose people have been suppressed and their movements have been oppressed. People from Catalonia, Corsica, Kurdistan and beyond. Governments are using domestic law and state violence to restrict the fundamental human rights of these peoples. Just as the Scottish Government ignores the McCorkadale opinion, every UK government will continue to ignore the SNP, whereas a Scotland United campaign would unite and ignite the movement. And most importantly, it would give us real authority to speak to the world as Scotland's representatives. Uniting the movement doesn't mean we have to agree on everything, or indeed much. We only have to agree on one core principle, that an independent future for the people of Scotland is the right future to seek. Listen, folks, it's time for Scotland United to rise up and for this country to be a nation again. As Scotland United, we will never be defeated. Thanks.
Let's hear it for Neil Hanvey MP. While the next band is setting up, I'll need to bum my specs because our next speaker, our scheduled speaker, is a guy called Jim Fairley. Unfortunately, Jim, MSP, SNP, MSP, unfortunately you'll be aware that Jim was admitted to hospital and he only got out last night, but he wanted to send us a speech anyway. So thanks, Jim. Friends, firstly, I must give my apologies to you for not being here in person, but circumstances are what they are. However, having my thoughts relayed to you via the oratory of Tommy Sheridan is a substitute of magnitude that I am delighted to have. Oh, well said, Jim. I like that bit. Honest, this is here. I've not just made that bit up. I am confident that today's event will be a great success, but our success as a nation does not rest on today. It rests on the unity of the people of Scotland to believe in themselves and each other, so that we can throw off this burden of fear that has plagued our country and our people for far too long. This burden that good things don't happen for us because those good things are for the privilege of others, as though somehow we are not worthy, is something we must rid ourselves of forever. That is one of the things I loved about the campaign phrase in the referendum. Hope over fear. It inspired a vision of better to come and individual encouragement, because we have nothing to fear other than our own self-doubt. And when we shake that off as a nation, we can once again be citizens of the world who bring so much more to the table than we already do. It may be a good catchphrase, but I would add a psyche to the principle of the hope over fear. A psyche of confidence over fear, ambition over fear, creativity over fear, ingenuity over fear, entrepreneurship over fear, empathy over fear, compassion over fear, resilience over fear. I would add all of these things so that we regain the stuff that made Scotland a nation of courage, a nation of achievers, a nation of explorers and creators and wealth builders, and gave the world more inventions than we can remember, and taught the world that anything and everything is possible. And more importantly, friends, at one time made us a fiercely independent nation. We just have to believe in ourselves to make it happen again. I don't know about you, but I am sick to death of hearing about all the things we can't do, about all the resources we don't have, about all the things we can't manage, and about all the things we should be grateful to the benevolence of Westminster governments for, when in reality we help to fund their mismanagement with our resources and our toil, while they impose austerity and food banks on our people. That kind of benevolence we can do well without. I'm sick of sitting in a parliament where I can, with absolute legitimacy, point to left or right in any debate in the chamber and say they are holding back our potential. I'm sick of being able to say to my constituents in Perthshire South and Kinrossshire, vote for me, but don't blame me if I can't deliver what we need, because there are so many things we can't control. Or when they tell me the things that are badly affecting their lives, like the cost of heating their homes, or the cost of driving to work, or the cost of school uniforms, or the cost of feeding their families, I can with absolute legitimacy tell them, I am sorry, but I can't do anything about that right now, because our budget is controlled by Westminster. We can make different choices, but robbing Peter to pay Paul is no way to enthuse our people to believing in a country as a land that offers them real opportunity. Independence is not about a land of milk and honey, a utopia where it only rains at night and it's sunny during the day, where crops are always bountiful, where everyone has a job, when there's no deprivation or injustice, because that land doesn't exist. What does exist with independence is accountability without excuses. So, if we make the promises and don't keep them, if we show a lack of judgment, if we don't invest in things that make the lives of people better in this country, better, like healthcare, education and good pensions, if we don't work with industry to create wealth and jobs to pay for those necessary public services, if we don't teach and train the next generation, if we don't pursue and engage that world famous Scottish entrepreneurial spirit, if we don't engage in strong international relations and be good international neighbours, if we don't ensure housing is built to eradicate homelessness, if we don't live by compassion and empathy and legislate accordingly, then we have no one to blame but ourselves, and we deserve to lose our seats. In an independent country where we have all the powers, we have full accountability. That's what independence gives us. The words of Jim Fairley, MSP, SNP. I'm going to ask David to come on stage now and introduce our next artist, wonderful talent. David Blair, come on and make your introduction.
Thanks very much, Tommy. Hello, George Square, Freedom Square, how are we? Great to see you all out here. The sun shines on the righteous. Yes, the Yes campaign goes on. I have the wee phrase that sort of circulates in my mind every now and again in regards to the current situation with Westminster. There's only so long you can stay handcuffed to a maniac before you have to cut off your own hand to save yourself. And it's about time Scotland done it. Independence is normal. We need to imagine a better future. We need to work to make it happen. Enough of me now. It's not about me. So it gives me great honour to introduce my partner Mairead's band, Metopia. We've got Big Andy on guitar, we've got Tam here on drums, we've got Mark on bass. If you like what you hear, we're going to be announced soon to be supporting Mickey Nine's SWG3 Saturday 2nd of December. Get your tickets. Another amazing band. Looking forward to their independence song as well, which they've written specially for this. So please give a big warm Freedom Square welcome to Metopia!
I was there once, searching to feel worthy. I was there once, listening to morning TV and all the poison it creates. Let's shut off the radio, activate our pineal, destroy all the worries of tomorrow. Instead of falling short for the others who wish to repress us, let's step our feet and create our own. Let's step our feet and create our own. And I was there once, searching for me, maybe. I was there once, lost, believing I was too small to make a change. I was feeding a story, taught to make us need more, feel more, not ready. Instead of falling short for the others who wish to repent us, let's step our feet and create our own. Let's step our feet and create our own. And I was wrapped up in ideas of how I thought the world worked. Wrapped up in ideas of how I thought I should be, wasting my time. I didn't realize unworthiness is taught for profit. Won't you do that dance? Won't you do that dance? Instead of falling short for the others who wish to replace
The next one is a metaphorical resistance against our unfortunate government that we are currently under. Punching clocks.
While they sung our blood dry, straight down the line, salvation from giants with spikes for feet. It's time to reduce them, link up, rise up, reduce them. Their heads look heavy, guilt has them torn, maybe in another life. Now they won't call what the skull inside. It's time to reduce them. Link up, rise up, and use them. Discipline, we could fall to our knees. Action, disillusion, surpass the enemy. Sitting free on clouds of equality. Please hold tall to touch. Please hold tall to touch. There's power in numbers. I made one, you made two, she makes 10. We make time. Crack their shells, burn their suits, and go home. We make time. Crack their shells, burn their suits, and go home. It's time to refuse them. Wake up, rise up and use them. Breaking them, we can fall to our knees. Action, disillusion, surpass the enemy. Sitting free on clouds of equality. Please hold tall to touch. Please hold tall to touch. Trees hold tall to touch. Trees hold tall to touch.
Thank you. So the next one we've wrote specifically for independence, and it's called Our Children's Song. And it's about wondering if the Tories can actually be humans when they create the suffering that they do. Oh, let me drink. Ready? Yep. Have they forgotten how to love? Do you think they're human too? How can they be like me and you? The way we're friends back overseas, saying you don't deserve to be free. Tell me, what does it mean to them to be a human being? Do they sleep tight peacefully at night? Within work poverty in their minds, I think they do. It's time to come home, unchain our unicorn. Where have we gone wrong? 300 years have gone. Take back our power and fight for what is right. Let freedom be our children's song. If I told you your neighbor on the street was stealing all your wages, would you let them be? Would you want them put war before hunger on your door? Would you set things right? Would you put up a fight? 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 Hey, 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 would you put up a fight? 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 It's time to come home, unchain our unicorn. Where have we gone wrong? 300 years have gone. Take back our power and fight for what is right. Let freedom be our children's song. It's time to come home, unchain our unicorn. Where have we gone wrong? 300 years have gone. Take back our power and fight for what is right. Let freedom be our children's song. 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 So I only wrote that 2 days ago and just totally missed all the words, but you can hear the right version some other time. Okay, we've got a couple of songs left. The next one's called Love Sticks. We tried. Yeah. Walking through these dead streets, my eyes, my heart, they bleed. I hear them coming with their 10 tricks for every fix. Separated by law, only prepared for war. Degraded life, wash knots crossed with their extra cross. We see love stakes. We see love stakes. We see love stakes. But there's 10 tricks for every fix. They try to weaken the masses, dividing us by class. I watch them pray with their 10 tricks for every fix. Asked to conform, servants to judicial thorns. Degraded life, wash knots crossed with their extra cross. We see love sticks. We see love sticks. We see love sticks. But there's 10 tricks for every fix. We see love sticks. We see love sticks. We see love sticks. But there's 10 tricks for every fix. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Kid Maribel, consumerism, perpetuated narcissism, immigration targeted, life force limited, profit prioritized, underclass marginalized. There's a shift coming, movement, collective awakening. Join us, join hands, we'll learn how to love again. We see love stakes. 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 But there's 10 tricks for every fix. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Sweet love stakes. Thank you. We'll do Yaldi, Yaldi. Okay, this is our last song. It's a wee cover by Mickey Nines and it's called Psycho Control. Yeah, I'm going to do Yaldi, Yaldi. Yeah. Yaldi, Yaldi! like murder, murder, oh, in the sky. Well, that's just radiation. Down on the streets they call it murder, murder. When I say run, you say fire, fire. When I say burn, burn the city. When I say psycho, you say control, psycho, control, psychos. I'm in control. Run through the park at night. The darkened path hides the killer, killer. Down at the Clyde, preparing for invasion. The acid rain is in the river, river. When I say run, you say fire, fire. When I say burn, burn the city. When I say psycho, you say control, psycho, control, psychos. I'm in control. Burn the city with fire, fire. Burn the city down with fire, fire. The psychos wake in up. It likes a few lines in the morning, morning. It likes a sailing by. It likes the bloody party. It goes ballistic without warning, warning. When I say run, you say fire, fire. When I say burn, burn the city. When I say psycho, you say control, psycho, control, psychos. I'm in control. They are 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 in control. Oh, yeah.
They're psychos! Out of control, 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 they're psychos! 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 Out of control!
Thank you so much. We are Metopia. Yeah, we are Metopia.
Brothers and sisters, let's hear it for Metopia! Absolutely brilliant, guys. Fantastic. Brilliant. I'm going to say just a few words because there's already been loads of great stuff spoken already. The reason I'm going to say a few words is because there's a young man, Callum, who's going to come up and get himself tuned up and ready to sing a song that's familiar to us all. And he's added a wee verse to it. I hope Jerry Cinnamon doesn't mind. But he's added a wee verse to Hope Over Fear. Callum's going to sing that in a few moments. Callum's story sums up what we're all about. Callum was here as a young lad in 2014, October 2014. Some of you may have been here. It was less than a month after the deep disappointment of taking the campaign so far. Because remember, in 2013, we were getting laughed at, we were getting scoffed at, because support for independence was somewhere between 25 to 27%. That's why the Tories gave us a Section 30. Because they thought, let them do it. They're not going to win. And the truth is, and I apologise for any young children here today, but we scared the shit out of them. We scared the shit out of them. Because we went from 25, 27 to the weekend before the referendum, where all of the secret polls showed that we were over 50%. Over 50%. That led to number 10 going into panic mode. They dragged in the captains of industry from all over the UK, the banks, the B&Qs, the Asdas. They pulled them in and they said, you must do everything to stop this happening. They even went shamefully to the trade unions, and they got some of the trade unions to send letters, and the shipyards are governed. Shipyard workers got letters telling them to vote no. Such was the collusion amongst some of the unionist trade unions. Brothers and sisters, we came so close, and at the last moment, some people got frightened. The vow played a role, let's remember. The vow played a role by giving promises that they've never kept, and particularly among the elderly. The fear-mongering about pensions worked, didn't it? Because enough pensioners said, oh, I'm too worried. When in actual fact, to secure not just pensions, but living pensions, the union has got nothing to do with that. In order to have a living pension, a proper pension, a pension akin to what they've got in Europe, where pensioners actually can live off it. Westminster will never deliver that. An independent Scotland can deliver that. That's what we have to say to our pensioners. We assembled here in October of 2014, and we said then, and we say now, the dream we have in our hearts of a Scotland that actually uses our vast wealth and resources not for the tiny 1% at the top of society, but for ordinary working class people all across society. That's the dream that we have. And that dream will never be extinguished. We said in 2014 we would come back here every year near to September 18th until we deliver independence. Brothers and sisters, we're in our 9th year and we will not give up. We will not give in. Hope over fear is what we're all about. Hope for our children. Hope for our schools and our hospitals. Hope for our public services. We see a future that is determined not by the fear of big business and the powerful and the privileged, but a future that is determined by the hope of ordinary people seeing their children and their grandchildren achieve the things that we thought were impossible in past generations. Brothers and sisters, we have the land, we have the water, we have the gas, the electricity, the renewables. We have everything within our grasp to build a new and a better Scotland. The only thing we don't have is the freedom to actually do it. And that's why we need independence. Brothers and sisters, this young man, Callum Stewart, was in the audience as a youngster in 2014. And he was inspired at the age of 11. Inspired. And he said to his mum and dad, I want to do that. I want to do what Jerry Cinnamon's doing on the stage. And I want to fight for independence. He's not 11 anymore. Put your hands together for Callum Stewart.
Hi everybody, how are we doing? My name's Callum Stewart, as you've heard. I'm going to be playing Hope Over Fear. I've added another wee verse in that I think might resonate, as obviously we're still fighting nowadays, so I'm going to play it for you now, okay? Are you threatened by words from an empire of money and gold? Will you trade in your country's potential for the lies you've been sold? Are you scared that the walls are too high to be breached by the bold? Will you stand and be counted or shut up and do what you're told? Hey, come on. Hope over fear. Don't be afraid. Tell Westminster Tories that Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem. Will you seize the day? Rip the chains from the unicorn. Show them that Scotland is brave. Did the TV man call you a nationalist for rejecting the lies? Are the words of a few worth a bob cause they wear shirts and ties? When they tell you that Scotland's no great, are you really surprised? Will you stand and be counted for something that money can't buy? Hope over fear. Don't be afraid. Tell Westminster Tories that Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem. Will you seize the day? Rip the chains from the unicorn. Show them that Scotland is brave. Come on. Are you happy that nuclear weapons are dumped in the Clyde? Fighting wars for the wealth of the few, how many have died? You can bury my bones, but the truth of it can't be denied. Will you stand and be counted, cause I'll be there, stood by your side. Hope over fear. Don't be afraid. Tell Westminster Tories that Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem. Will you seize the day? Rip the chains from the unicorn. Show them that Scotland is brave. Well, the media tell you that England don't want you to go, and the taxpayer-funded MPs tell you just tell them no. No! But in Manchester, Nottingham, Sheffield, they already know that we're fighting for them, and it's only the start of the show. Hope over fear. Don't be afraid. Tell Westminster Tories that Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem. Will you seize the day? Rip the chains from the unicorn. Show them that Scotland is brave. And now it's 2023 and we still have a dream. Fighting the ones at the top from the towns and the schemes. Make sure the next one we send them back where they belong. over the border, never to do us more wrong. Hope over fear, don't be afraid. Tell Westminster Tories that Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem, well, you seize the day. Wrap the chains from the unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. Wrap the chains from the unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Put your hands together, everybody. Callum Stewart.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant, Paul. Brilliant. Brilliant, Callum. We're hoping Callum's going to come back on. He's made his mum and dad very, very proud. And he's made us very proud as well, because he's a child of the independence movement. I think we're going to have a wee silence. Do you know, we're going to have a wee silence because the computer desk needs to get rebooted. Well, do you know what I was going to do, actually? I don't know if I can do this or if I'm going to go silent any minute. But I was going to do... bringing this wee bit of sadness in. But there's a wee chair down the front here for a guy called Ian. Some of you will know something. That he's no longer with us. Some of you might know my wee ma used to sit down there as well, and she's no longer with us. There's loads of people in our movement who are no longer with us. Independence. Sadly, they didn't see it. Let's take a wee moment, eh? Let's take a wee moment just to think about all the people that are not with us in body, but they're with us in spirit. Thanks, everybody. I'm sure we've all got somebody in our heart or in our heads that we were thinking about there. And broadcaster of considerable note, someone who wasn't born in Scotland, but lives in Scotland and is a tenacious campaigner for Scottish independence. Please put your hands together for Yvonne Ridley.
Before I start, I'd like to congratulate Tommy Sheridan for organising this annual event in the face of so much poison and opposition from unionist organisations. So let's give him a big round. I was warned when I moved to Scotland that politics here was a dirty business, but I had no idea just how dirty it would get when I arrived in 2011. If, like Tommy, you have the ability to make people in London nervous, then brace yourself for the hatchet job that will inevitably follow. We've seen it happen to Alex Salmond, we've seen it happen to Tommy Sheridan, and we are now watching it happen to Fergus Ewing. Watch out, Ash, you could be next. The drip, drip stench of desperation to kill independence stone dead is overwhelming. Whatever you think of Tommy, Alex, Fergus, Ash, or any of the other great independence voices you've heard here today, they are fully behind a Scotland united because they know Scotland will be a far better place without the long controlling tentacles of the billionaire beasts in Westminster. In other words, the Tories. They've looted and plundered this great nation. They've stolen our resources. They've turned an energy-rich country into a financial black hole where poverty comes knocking on every door. And now we have the super-rich determined to use our lands and lochs for extended holidays, turning the countryside into a billionaire's playground. This is the start of the Highland clearances Part 2. Are we going to sit back and let this crime of ethnic cleansing of the Scottish people happen all over again? No! Sorry, I can't hear you. No! As Bob Dylan wrote, the times they are a-changing, and it's down to the likes of you and me to make sure that those changes happen. What makes this festival so special is its use and highlighting of Scottish culture and music, because the Scottish talent on show here today has the potential to draw in and inspire our young people. Don't let London ethnically cleanse this rich culture. Put nothing past them. They tried it in 1746 by banning the kilt and banning tartan. Although, as you'd expect, the landed gentry, the boss class, were exempt. The British establishment, wrapped in the butcher's apron of empire, tried to ethnically cleanse the Scottish nation. Today, the butcher's apron is still intact. The Westminster government has exploited Scotland's North Sea oil and gas. The Tory and Labour governments once hailed this as an economic triumph, but the truth is more of a story of plundered wealth and mismanaged resources. Today we have in London another government just as ruthless, which is prepared to pay £200,000 per refugee to send asylum seekers to Rwanda. Shame, yes, shame. Little wonder our youth feel so alienated and rejected. We need to tell them that independence is perfectly normal. They need to be educated about Scottish history and not the sanitised version taught in our schools. Learning about injustice and real threats to world peace is vital. They don't want to hear dry facts from uninspiring leaders in Westminster. Events like Hope Over Fear can unlock their revolutionary spirit. And I know it's in there. It is inside them. We just have to inspire our young people to stand up and rise up. We need to fill them with a burning desire to incinerate the decaying social system which still props up the ruling classes and the crumbling facade of the British Empire, including that teetering apex that is called the Crown. Who booed as the national anthem, God Save the King, blasted out over Hampden Park last week? Yes, me too. I know I did, but not our king, absolutely right. But why the hell did the English fans and Ali McCoist and Graham Souness take offence? The anthem is not even about England, it's about a cancerous, toxic class system where a self-appointed family of the ruling elite still view the working class as peasants. The truth is, we need to rescue our comrades over the border in England and make them see that the privileged and elite disinherited them a long time ago. Gone are our coal mines, shipyards, steel-making and car-making industries. The working classes paid in blood, sweat and tears to line the pockets of the boss class. Comrades, The great only seem great when they keep you on your knees. Well, I'm not going to bow down to anyone, especially in the upper classes, and I suggest you do the same. Rise up and shout. If any city in Scotland can rise up, it's Glasgow. The people here have already shown how they deal with bullies. Total respect to the Kenmure Street residents back in May 2021. Those protesters who blocked the road to stop a Home Office raid remove asylum seekers from Kenmure Street's Pollock Shields. I salute each and every one of them. What a disgrace that Police Scotland allowed their officers to be used by London in such a way. The police should have arrested the incomers from the Home Office because we say it loud and proud. Refugees are welcome here. This was heroic resistance in action. People who refuse to surrender their ideas and opinions and principles. Principles which are alien to the UK government, who look at asylum seekers as though they are second-class citizens. We are all human beings. We came into this world with nothing, and that's exactly how we will leave. All we can do is be the best that we can. Comrades, the issue today is not about being on the political left or the political right, or being trapped in an out-of-date, rancid class system. Today is about women's rights, and as you know, women won't wish in Glasgow or any corner of Scotland. Our real enemy is time, and it's running against us. We cannot wait for Holyrood to act. We are doing this all wrong. The politicians are our servants, and we, the people, are their masters, and we must leave them in no doubt about that. And that goes for the corrupt, sneering wretches in the Crown Office who will twist the arm of the law to do its bidding against Scotland's interests. You know what I'm talking about. The whole Scottish establishment should be afraid of us, all of us, because the independence movement is now much bigger than any political party, and so therefore it is beyond their reach and beyond their control. We know dark forces have been at play in Holyrood, but they've had their day, and their collusion with the police, civil servants and the Crown Office is at an end. We won't be fooled again. That is why the Hope Over Fear rally is so important. We will unite and bring people from all across the independence movement together. It's a grand movement, multi-led, diverse and growing by the day, with people who want to live in a fairer and more equal world. Why are we at loggerheads with each other? It doesn't make sense. Once we get independence, if we don't like the political leaders, then we can just get rid of them without the need for a guillotine. Our revolution will happen, but our revolution will be peaceful. We've no need for a guillotine. Our young people need to be confident that independence will give them a future and set them on a journey where public ownership of the land, sea and air will help us build socialism with an abundance in an age of wars. Let us wage war on poverty and inequality. In fact, let's make poverty a crime. We will have the powers to build a new nation. We will have the powers to scrap nuclear weapons. They have no use in the 21st century. Nuclear weapons do not keep us safe. Ask the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that. Being a member of NATO will not keep us safe. Pandering to billionaires will not keep us safe. In an independent Scotland, having a just and fair society That's what will keep us safe. In an independent Scotland, let's force the billionaires and the corporations to pay their fair share of tax and stop pretending that immigrants are the reason for our poverty. It has become too easy to blame our most vulnerable for the actions of the most powerful. Don't give in to the hate. Hope, not fear. Hope, not fear. Hope, not fear. Thank you.
Yvonne Ridley! Brothers and sisters, before Pete Scally comes up to entertain us, I hope he's getting ready, we're going to have the representative of the campaign group, which has kept us marching through thick and thin, through sunshine and hail and rain, kept us marching all across Scotland. Put your hands together for Sean Mellon from All Under One Banner.
Thanks, Tommy. All Under One Banner, same as Hope Over Fear, was formed in 2014, just after the referendum, with our first event in October. We've had 38 events so far. Our biggest one was in 2019 with attendance in Edinburgh of over 200,000 people. To begin with, we only done Glasgow. Then we got to 2019, we says, no, we're going to branch out. So we started travelling about our Scotland. So if we've not been to your town, we might be at some point. Right. We have no affiliation to any political party or person. Our affiliation is to the people of Scotland. That is it. All means all. Together. Same as united. Going back to the days of the ref, do you remember a phrase, once we get the house, we can redecorate it? Right. Can we focus on getting the house, the prize, instead of looking at the decorations? They come later. We're funded by CIF, Central Fundraiser and Provider and Events Groups. So you'll see them at some of the rallies, go up and speak to them. It's a guy called Ian Grant, he'll better to fill you in what they actually do than me. But they help out a lot, not just us, but a lot of other smaller groups. Our last march was up in Skye. It was mostly locals, it was up there, but a lot of people did travel. It was a good weekend, but sadly, a man lost his life in a road accident, Sandy McCracken. Our condolences to Sandy's family and friends, and of course to the Yes Bikers who lost a brother that weekend. Our next event is next Saturday, Falkirk. Hope to see you there. And we've got one after that, Edinburgh. Hopefully by a big one. I'm going to give a wee plug for one, the 14th of October for the Chain of Freedom as well. And I can confirm that both the Yes Bikers will be at both Falkirk and Edinburgh. Next year, we're doing Stirling, Elgin, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and we might pull a wee rabbit out the hole if there's an election, or well, there will be an election. Right, I'm going to get off the stage. Hope you had a great day. I'm going to leave you a wee message. Forward is one. Hope over fear. United for independence. All under one banner.
Let's hear it for Sean Mellon, all under one banner. And let's try and get to as many of those events as possible, brothers and sisters. Keeping going is what the lifeblood of the independence movement is all about. Without any further ado, one of our other stalwarts of hope over fear, always here through rain or shine. Let's hear it for Pete Scally.
Hello, Glasgow. Wakey, wakey. Let me hear you. One more, ready? Do, 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 do. We could spend 20 minutes doing that, aye? There was a wee football game on the other day. I know the result wasn't great, right? But there was a lot of moaning about national anthems and stuff like that, how we shouldn't boo an anthem that basically puts us down and wants to crush us. We can boo that, can we? And other people saying we shouldn't sing Flower of Scotland in case people get offended. Let me hear you sing it. Oh, Flower of Scotland, when will we see your legs again? They fought and died for your wee bed Helen Glen and stood against him. Proud Edward's army and sent him homeward to think again. The hills are bare now and autumn leaves lie thick and still. Our land that is lost now, that those so dearly held and stood against him. Proud Edward's army sent him homeward to think again. Go, 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 go! Now, and in the past they must remain, for we can still rise now and be a nation again that stood against him. Proud Edward's army and sent him homeward to think again. Let me hear you. Oh, Flower of Scotland, your legs again, they fought and died for your wee bit Helen Glen and stood against him. Proud Edward's army and sent him homeward to think again. Sent him homeward to think again. We sent him homeward to think again. Thank you very much. I appreciate this more than you know. This is like home to me. So thank you very much. Love you guys. Let's keep it going, eh? He's alone with this one, eh? I don't know if you can see the changes that have come over me these past few days. I've been afraid that I might drift away. So I've been telling old stories and singing songs that make me think about where I came from. That's the reason why I seem so far away today. Let me tell you that I love you and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me. And now I'm going home. If I should be called a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. 'Cause Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. I have moved and kept on moving, proved the points that I needed proving. I've lost the friends I needed losing, found others on the way. And I have tried and kept on trying, stolen dreams, yeah, there's no denying. I've traveled hard with conscience flying, somewhere in the wind. Let me tell you that I love you, and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. If I should be called a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. 'Cause Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Chancing that a third time. So I'm sitting here before the fire, the empty room, the forest choir, the flames they don't get any higher, they're withered now, they're gone. So steady thinking, my way is clear, and I know what I will do tomorrow. When the hands are shaken and the kisses flown, I will disappear. Let me tell you that I love you, and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. If I should be called a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. 'Cause Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. One more time, let me hear you. Let me tell you that I love you, and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. If I should be called a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. 'Cause Caledonia's been everything I've ever had.
Thank you very much, Glasgow. You guys are just beautiful. Next one. This is one of my own. This is Patriots. Gaze through the eyes of a legend, like Wallace or Bruce, and you'll see
They have stolen our country's potential. Our beautiful land should be free, but we'll take no more of it. We're making sure of it. Come sing along with me. We are patriots, one and all. You can tell by the roar when we answer the call. We are patriots, one and all. We're fighting for Scotland and freedom for all. Lovely seeing the flags up. Stand in the fields of Culloden or Bannockburn, close your eyes. Feel the resurgence within you from your countrymen who have died, but they'll take no more away. Stand up and have your say. Come and stand with me. We are patriots, one and all. You can tell by the roar when we answer the call. We are patriots, one and all. We're fighting for Scotland and freedom for all. Let me see the flags waving. That's what we instrumental breaks for. And a sip of water. Like Wallace or Bruce, and you'll see we gather with proud Scottish people to fight for our land to be free. And as the time goes by, watch as we multiply. Soon everyone will see we are patriots, one and all. You can tell by the roar when we answer the call. We are patriots, one and all. We're fighting for Scotland and freedom for all. We are patriots, one and all. You can tell by the roar when we answer the call. We are patriots, one and all. We're fighting for Scotland and freedom for all. Thank you very much. It's nice to sing something that you wrote yourself and see people enjoying it. Right. We're only here at 4 o'clock, remember? Right, I'm going to do one more song. Thank you. Keep it clean. All right. I was going to... I'll just change it then, will I? I mean, I don't know if any of you... I'm wittering now. Right, on some of my live streams, I've done Indie Grannies off the bus. Indie Granny off the bus. I'm not doing that because you can kick your Tory granny off the bus. You can kick your Tory granny off the bus. You can kick your Tory granny or boot her up the arse. Something like that. I can't really remember. Shut up, Pete, get on with it. Thank you very much. This is my last one. Let me see you dance. Teresa don't like it, this flag I wear. Boris thinks I'm crazy, cause I comb my hair. I wanna free my country, but I'm gonna do it my way. I'm gonna rock, gonna roll, gonna do it almost every day. Oh yeah, I'm a Scottish rebel from head to toe, but I gotta keep it rocking everywhere I go. Everybody join us, we're good company. Claim your country back and be a Scottish rebel like me. I've been waiting on freedom, I've been waiting too long, but their time is over. That's why I'm singing this song. All under one banner, hope over fear, man. Forward as one, we're marching all over this land. Oh yeah, I'm a Scottish rebel from head to toe, but I gotta keep it rocking everywhere I go. Everybody join us, we're good company. Claim your country back, be a Scottish rebel like me. Yeah! It's shuffle your bum time. That's it, I'm not doing it myself. Looks daft if it's only me doing it. We're sending a message, we're sending it clear. We're rising up, boy, our time is here. We'll have a celebration, cause we're gonna do it our own way. And then we'll rock till we drop on Independence Day. Oh yeah, I'm a Scottish rebel from head to toe, but I gotta keep it rocking everywhere I go. Everybody join us, we're good company. Claim your country back, be a Scottish rebel like me. I'm a Scottish rebel from head to toe, but I gotta keep it rocking everywhere I go. Everybody join us, we're good company. Claim your country back, be a Scottish rebel like me. Claim your country back and be a Scottish rebel like me. Be a real cool cat, be a rockin' Scottish rebel like me. Oh yeah. Thank you very much, Glasgow. Hopefully I'll see you guys in Falkirk next week. I'll be singing there as well. Thank you. Mwah. Love yous, guys.
Brothers and sisters, put your hands together for Pete Scully! I'm not allowed to say that for the platform, but you can say it all you want. Brothers and sisters, well, our next artist is rapidly getting ready. Kevin Gore is setting up. He says, Tommy, could you go on and waffle for a few moments while he gets set up? And I says, you know, I can't waffle. And he says, what are you talking about? You used to do it professionally. So, just because I was in the Scottish Parliament, he says I'm a waffler. Brothers and sisters, I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to ask everybody to remember, get your T-shirts. Scotland United, stall. You've got the face paint. We've got Mike Fennick earlier there was asking you to sign the declarations. We've got the Salvo stall. We've got other stalls round the square. Please visit all the stalls, because all of these parts make up our movement. And as many, many speakers have already said, it's not about you necessarily are big pals with this pal or that pal. We're all under this cause, and that's what we have to bear in mind. I want to thank the security staff, as always, all volunteers. The Hope Over Fear operation, as you know, is all volunteers, and they're here to make sure that you have a safe rally and a safe event. So I want to thank all of our Hoff volunteers, stewards, brilliant. You do a great job. Thank you very much. Can I also have a big recognise the young that's here. Young man there. Thank you very much, brother. You were in Callum Stewart's shoes many years ago, and he's now up here singing songs. So maybe you'll be up singing soon. I also want to have a wee shout out to two guys who you've probably heard of. One's called Charlie, the other's called Craig. Commonly known as the Proclaimers. Can I just tell you, for the last 5-6 years, these events wouldn't take place if it wasn't for the financial support of the Proclaimers, who pay for our staging, who pay for the PA. Without that contribution to the overall costs of today, we simply couldn't afford that. So please put your hands together for the Proclaimers. I'm looking back and I think another man who's from Edinburgh looks as though he may be ready. Kevin, can we take it away?
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's hear it for Kevin. Go!
Thank you very much. Cheers. Now, I had to bring this because the fantastic photographer Billy Knox took this photograph. So it's here today. And he's been a campaigner through his photography for Scottish independence as long as I remember. How you do, sir? There's a wee song that originated from one of my heroes, musical heroes, a man called Woody Guthrie. I've got one of his t-shirts on. This machine kills fascists. So there's an original version that Woody wrote. There's a Canadian version. There's an Irish version. So this is my attempt at a Scottish version. This is your land, this is my land. Winter walking, Galway, Perth and Kinross, the Clyde Valley. Up above me, in the skyway, this land was made for you and me. But this is your land, this is my land, from the Isle of Arran to the Shetland Islands, the southern border to the northern Highlands. This land was made for you and me. The sun was setting on the horizon, and the byways of this great nation. In the distance, the press was calling. This land was made for you and me. This is your land, this is my land, and the Isle of Arran to the Shetland Islands, southern border to the northern Highlands. This land was made for you and me. The sun was rising and a new day dawning. I saw tens of thousands, people marching with lion rampants and yes, flags flying, singing, this land was made for you and me. Oh, this is your land, this is my land, on the Isle of Arran to the Shetland Islands, southern border to the northern Highlands. This land was made for you and me. Every culture, creed and colour, we stand as one. We stand together in a new beginning for all Scotland's children. For this land was made for you and me. For this is your land, this is my land, from the Isle of Arran to the Shetland Islands, and the southern border to the northern Highlands. This land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was doing a gig in Edinburgh last week and a guy came up and said to me, are you playing the Square next week? I said, yes, I am. He says, could you please do the Freedom Fighter? So I'll do that for you. So if it all goes wrong, it's his fault. Dedicated to all the freedom fighters out there. First I saw the hooded men, the burning crosses. I was a boy back then. The white supremacists, they terrorized me. Leased my father to a poplar tree. Yes, I took the violence and I lived by the sword. It was my way until I found my Lord. Malcolm X, Geronimo, the freedom fighter, Nelson Mandela, William Wallace, James Connolly. River there's injustice, will always be me. First they trespassed upon my land. My defense, I took a stand. They placed my people in reservations to suffer death and disease and starvation. When every treaty the white man broke, the 300 braves I led a revolt. Malcolm X, Geronimo, the freedom fighter, Nelson Mandela, William Wallace, James Connolly. River there's injustice, will always be me. I'm a freedom fighter, don't be confused. Don't call me a terrorist, because I refuse to see my people oppressed and displaced because of their color, their culture, their race. I will not be silenced, will not be contained while people suffer for another man's gain. Yes, I drove them from my land with the unjust weight of the king's command. With long shanks he sent a vengeful force, 4 times our numbers and heavy horse. Stirling Bridge he routed them as the river ran red with the blood of man. Malcolm X, Geronimo, the freedom fighter, Nelson Mandela, and William Wallace, James Connolly. Wherever there's injustice, there'll always be me. With my comrades, I rebelled. I was executed in Colmenon jail. But a martyr I became. I lit a fire full of flame for a people's struggle for liberation. Free their country from foreign occupation. And Malcolm X, Geronimo, the freedom fighter, Nelson Mandela, William Wallace, James Connolly. Wherever there's injustice, I'm Malcolm X, Geronimo. Yasser Arafat, Barabbas, Che Guevara, Nelson Mandela, I'm William Wallace, I'm James Connolly. Wherever there's injustice, will always be me. You'll always have me, and you better believe it. You'll always find me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's my dream to one day be singing this song back here in Glasgow. A hope over fear. Singing when we're actually having a yearly celebration of independence. There'll be a song called Independence Day. Standing on the square today with my yes badge on. Stranger, he approached me to tell me I was wrong. He said I was a dreamer, let him have his say. Say yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. When that day comes around, come it will for sure. We will have a country where all can be assured. Nation of equality, fairness and respect. And the government we vote for is the government we get on Independence Day. Come on, Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. Now, I'm not anti-English, nor the Irish or the Welsh. I'm just dreaming of a country that distributes its wealth. Downtrodden people have opportunity, break the chains and free themselves from the traps of poverty on an Independence Day. An Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. And I know, unfortunately, I know well off I am compared to those in Syria or in the Palestine. I'm just dreaming of a country one day we'll be free to determine our own future, but a people's destiny on Independence Day. Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. On freedom's stranger here today to tell me I was wrong. He said I was a dreamer, and I let him have his say. Say yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of Independence Day. Thank you very much, folks. You take care. All the best. Thank you. Let's hear it for Kevin. Go!
Got to start getting set. Our next speaker, representing another part of the independence movement, because we're full of moving parts that all move together. Let's hear it for Sarah Cilliers of Salvo!
Hello, brave hearts. So can I give a wee shout out, because I promised I would, to the Salvo, Glasgow Salvo hub in the tent over there. Thanks for being there, guys. So this is kind of good news and bad news, and I'll get the bad bit over first, and hopefully the good news will drown that out. We're here today under a banner of hope over fear. And a message, Scotland united. It's the most important message that Scotland could hear today. It's so important that it shouldn't just be a message. It should be a command. Scotland, be united. Because if we are not united, we have no hope of ever breaking out of the prison that is this union. And let's be very clear, it is a prison. There's a plaque in Westminster that quotes some Tory lord or English lord whose name I can never be bothered to remember. And it says, "We have catched Scotland, now we must hold her fast." You know that saying, when someone tells you who they are, believe them? When they tell you what the union is, believe them. Now, you don't break out of a prison by negotiating with the guards, do you? You break out en masse together. Scotland will have to break out of this union. Make no mistake, there'll be no Section 30, no legal route from an unlawful international treaty-breaking English-British state. We will have to force our way out of this union. And there are a number of ways we can do it. As you probably know, Salvo's working very hard on some of the constitutional, international, legal and challenges that can help us to do it. But what is really going, and we will, by the way, just for those who keep saying we don't believe in politicians, yes we do, we will need our politicians. However, the most important thing, without which there is no break, there is no freedom, is a united Scotland. How do we do that? Here's the bad news. We can look back to that movement, which from 2012 to 2014 marched together, campaigned together, sang, celebrated, spread the word together, and then voted together. But my dear, dear Scottish family, right now that movement is divided along party political lines and at each other's throat. How do we fix this? We all know why. We all know why. The horrific spectacle of court cases and corruption allegations, police investigations, divisive GRA, maybe worst of all, the promise year after year, no ifs nor buts, this is the year, a referendum. And we've seen two things happen as a result of that. Watching this, for me, it was like watching the leadership of Scotland's political independence establishment turn into a scorpion that was stinging itself with its own tail. And it's still going on. Then we saw that pass down to our movement, so that we are stinging ourselves with our own tails. But there's worse yet. Yeah, I'm not done with the bad news. Across the length and breadth of Scotland, our massive, incredible independence movement packed up and went home. The yes hubs are closing. The voters are not turning out. Take a look at the size of the crowd in this square. Look what was gathered in Holyrood. They claimed 20,000. They're lucky if it was 5. What's happened? What's happened is that people have lost the hope we're talking about. They've lost the belief. They've come to think, what's the point? They're still pro-Indy. We know the independence vote has gone up. But the presence, the energy, the desire, the belief seems to have gone. It doesn't matter who did it, because actually, if you look very closely, you'll find the hand of the British state behind the lot. So we know it's there. We know that spirit can rise. How do we reawaken it? I have a suggestion. Our political system is broken. But hey, you know what, guys? It's an English system we've got. It's not the Scots system. It doesn't reflect our values. It doesn't work the way that Scotland used to work, or would work if it was free. Do you remember what it was that the Scottish Constitutional Convention, in its claim of right for Scotland, said, repeated by Ian Blackford in 2018 in Westminster, and quoting, by the way, the claim of right 1689, which is still law and still judiciable. They paraphrased the 1689 claim of right like this: the nation of Scotland, the people of Scotland, are sovereign and have the right to choose the form of government best suited to their needs. Pay close attention. The form of government. Not the flavour of political party, not sovereignty every 5 years, the right to imagine the kind of government that would work for us, that would end this nightmare that so many of our people are living in, that would restore the common good, the sovereignty of the people, that could make Scotland a beacon for the whole world. We can imagine that, and we have the right to make it real. That is what the claim of right means. That is the dream that will get people back out, I believe, because they will not believe in this system anymore. They will not believe in this broken, shabby, top-down, elite-based, we go cap in hand to them and they say no system that we have lived in for so long. So what does it mean, the sovereignty of the Scots? What does Salvo mean? What does the claim of right mean? It means we have to dream bigger. Not just independence, but independence of the kind of nation we can call into being, the one that is living in every single one of us right now, and that we do not leave to anybody else to invent or create for us. That is the message we take out to our fellow Scots. Do you want to dream with us? Do you want to build a different Scotland with us? Do you want to imagine the best Scotland there could ever be based on our past, looking to our future? Let's do that together. Thank you.
Sarah Salos, everybody! Salvo! Our next two entertainers and speakers, I almost feel like saying the new entertainers and speakers, because I feel as though it's the new Peter Bell, writer and blogger, because as you know, he's lost a lot of weight. He was telling me he's had to buy a whole new wardrobe, but he's looking dapper indeed. Please put your hands together for Peter Bell.
Away you sook, Sheridan. Right. That was Sarah Sawyers, by the way. She's the nice one. I'm the other one. On social media earlier today, this morning, I promised that when I came along here today and to speak to you, that I would have some shocking information for you. So, are you ready for us? Politicians lie. There, I've said it. They lie to you. They lie all the time. Politicians, they lie all the time. To be fair, technically sometimes it's not lies, because sometimes they talk a lot of shite and they actually believe it themselves. So technically it's not a lie. So I could do them a favour and say that it was deception or misleading, but no, I didn't feel like doing them any favours, so I'll just say it's lying. They lied to us. The biggest lie of the lot, the biggest lie, is that we can change things by voting for another party. That's the biggest. By voting for another party. It's the whole established power. There's two parties and the establishment controls them both, and we're led to believe that we can change things by voting for another one. One party lets us down, one party lies to us, one party fails, and we run to the other one and we stick with it until it lies to us and it fails. And then what do? We run back to the one we were at before, and we do this generation after generation. Neither wonder nothing changes. So what happens? What happens when all the parties lie to you? When all the politicians lie to you? Well, fortunately, our forebears had this covered. And this was before there were even political parties as we know them, and before there was even democracy as we know it. Our forebears had it covered. They wrote into our constitution something called the Claim of Right. And what the Claim of Right says, and you'll forgive me if I paraphrase a wee bit here, what the Claim of Right says is the people of Scotland are sovereign. Now, we're all familiar with those words, but we have to understand what those words mean. And the Claim of Right actually says, and again, I'm paraphrasing a wee bit, the people of Scotland are sovereign. And being sovereign, we have the right to go to our government and to say to our government, either you use the power that we have given you the way we tell you to use that power, or we will bloody well take that power from you. One way or another, we will take that power from you. Let there be no mistake. The Scottish Government is responsible for delivering the referendum that we want, a proper constitutional referendum. The Scottish Government is responsible for that, not Westminster. There's another lie. The lie that is Westminster that's stopping us having that referendum. It is not. The Scottish Government is responsible. It's the Scottish Government that was given the mandates. It's the Scottish Government that promised it. The Scottish Government is responsible. Their refusal or failure to facilitate the exercise by the people of Scotland of a right of self-determination is a violation of the Scottish Constitution, a breach of our human rights, and an insult to the sovereign people of Scotland. What do we do about it? Well, for a start, on Tuesday the 19th of September, we will deliver to the Scottish Government the Stirling Directive. And that is doing exactly what the Claim of Right says we should do. What it is doing is it is saying to the Scottish Government, we're not entirely satisfied with the way you've been doing things, and we would like you to do them differently. Otherwise, we will take that power from you. One way or another, we will take that power from you. It's an instruction to the Scottish Government. It's a command to the Scottish Government. Respect our human rights, abide by the Scottish Constitution, and honour the mandates that you've been given. Either we act like the sovereign people of Scotland, or we will be forever subordinate. The people of Scotland are sovereign. Thank you.
Peter Bell! Brilliant, Peter, thank you. Brothers and sisters, before I introduce our next musical act, can I ask you to put your hands together for the Silent Clansman? Does a brilliant job here and at every demonstration. This is new for me. I've known Graham for many years, but it's new because it's the first time I've introduced you as the Stone Preachers!
Thank you very much, Tommy. Okay, guys, let's test your voices out. What do we want? When do we want it? Clap your hands, stamp your feet. I'm going to dedicate this one to Tommy himself. Shine a light on me. Shine a light on me. I want to be. To be free. Take a chance of a lifetime and make this land a place to be. Choose what we live for. To be free. Come. you very much. Okay, folks, so 2 years ago today, we lost a really, really dear friend, Mr. Ian Russell, who not only would be standing right in front of us. So I'm going to dedicate this song to Ian Russell and everybody else that's sadly passed before we get our independence. Ian, this is for you. And if you've got the flags, get them ready to fly really high. This takes me back to the day when all my dreams fade away. My son said, Dad, please don't cry, 'cause on this day your flag still flies. Well, I can't talk, I can't breathe, I can't see, I can't believe this can't be true. What did you do? What will it take to get through to you? I fly my flags for all gone by. I fly my flags for the nation's cry. I fly my flags for all to see. The lions roar when Scotland's free. You let the rain turn to pain. You let the long hard chains remain. You let the old feel the cold. Oh God, please don't do that again. I fly my flags for all gone by. I fly my flags for the nation's cry. I fly my flags for all to see. The lions roar and Scotland's free. Walk the road just one more time. Use your voice, let Scotland shine. And raise your head, brave and true, 'cause it's time for Indie Rev 2. Roar when Scotland's lions roar when Scotland's free. That's for Ian Russell. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm fed up with this union, man. I'm so fed up with it. Are you fed up with the union? No, I didn't hear you. Are you fed up with that union? Aye, me too. Union man said that we can't have a nation to hold. Union man said that we can't have our own pot of gold. Union man said that you'll starve if you're old. Union man said we can't have a nation to hold. Union man said you'll be out in the cold and the dark. Union man said that your land has no heart. Union man said that it's all in the past. Union man, step aside, you had your chance. And watch us rise into the sky. See the passion for freedom in our eyes. We were lost in the lies. Scotland calls, so watch us rise. Labour and Tory men tell us that we are too weak as they celebrate victory won by a man on TV. There's too many questions and too many answers, you see. There's checkpoints for your stories and lies by the BBC. I could see the road ahead, we're so close. We've travelled so far, this time everyone knows. We must say thanks to the ones who fought for this land. Freedom for me and you, together we stand. And watch us rise into the sky. See the passion for freedom in our eyes. We were lost in the lies. Scotland calls, so watch us rise. Stand in the square, show us you care, fly your flag. If you're a no voter, join us, you won't be the last. Forget the old days, we won't bow down to the man. Scotland's nation will rise by the work of our hands. Oh, Scotland's nation will rise by the work of our hands. So watch us rise into the sky. See the passion for freedom in our eyes. We were lost in the lies. Scotland calls, so watch us rise. Come on, let's hear you sing. So watch us rise into the sky. See the passion for freedom in our eyes. We were lost in the lies. Scotland calls, so watch us rise. Get ready to sing. Oh, flower of Scotland, When will we see your legs again? I fought and died for your revered hill and glen, and stood against proud Edward's army, and sent him home to think again. So watch us ride into the sky, see the passion for freedom in our eyes. We were lost in the lies. Scotland calls, so watch us rise. Oh, Scotland calls, so watch us rise. Scotland calls, so watch us rise. Thank you very much. This next song I wrote about 11 years ago, I believe, before the vote for the fake union. This is called I Can Hear the Nation. Come on, see those hands in the air. Everybody copy Annie. See the shining light of freedom in your eyes. I can see the arrows fly and the cross in the sky. I found the road where I hear the battle cry. I can hear the nation tonight. The battle cry. Feel the pride when you hear the distant pipes. Loud and clear, 1,000 voices cry. I can hear the nation tonight. Across the sea and far, the flags fly so high. For all our liberty, the fight will never die. It grows so strong, join in and sing this song. I can hear the nation tonight. Walk the road and hear the battle cry. Feel the pride when you hear the distant pipes. Loud and clear, 1,000 voices cry. I can hear the nation tonight. Across the sea and far, the flags fly so high. For all our liberty, the fight will never die. It grows so strong, join in and sing this song. I can hear the nation tonight. As the thunder in the fields, they echo through my mind. It takes me to another place with beauty all around. In dreams of gold, where freedom is never sold, I can hear the nation tonight. Ladies and gents, put your hands together on drums, Mr. Dave Lindsay. On lead guitar, Mr. Kyle Brown. On bass guitar, Colin Carter. On vocals, Miss Rachel Smith. Ladies and gents, please give it up all the people behind the stage here, the sound engineer and all the company that they've got. Let's hear it for these guys that work all day tirelessly for you. Let's hear it for the sound engineer. It's a hard job in Nick End because I do it. And let's hear it for Tommy Sheridan.
Brothers and sisters, put your hands together for the Stone Preachers! Absolutely fabulous. Brothers and sisters, we're nearly at the end of our day. There's only a couple more acts to entertain us, so please hang on. The weather has been blessing us today, so please hang on. We're going to welcome young Callum back up onto the stage. I'm sure these guys, Stone Preachers, are so professional, they're up and out just like that. So we've got Callum to give us a couple more numbers, and then we're going to finish with a new act for Hope Over Fear. A couple of guys from Glasgow called Unholy Frankenstein, who have been audience members for many, many years, and contacted us and said, Tommy, we love the Hope Over Fear events, but we would like to come and play. Would that be okay? So we're giving them an opportunity to finish their day today. Callum, how long will you take to get ready?
I don't know, let's see.
Hopefully a couple of minutes. We've got a final speaker actually who I can see here. Do you want to make your way up? Let's hear it for Wendy. Here she comes, Wendy, East Ayrshire activist, involved in the movement for many, many years. Hello,
Glasgow!
She started when she was very young. Let's hear it for Wendy.
It's been a long time for being here. The last time I was here, I dropped my notes. Tommy picked them up and I lost my place. So I thought, I'm not bringing notes. I just wanted to say to you, is there anybody got a birthday in the audience? I know we've got Joseph Budd. Happy birthday, Joseph. Fuck the Tories. Don't encourage me, Pete. I'm not going to swear. So we've got Joseph Budd's birthday. We have got Doodles, Andy Graham, and where is that wee lassie? Helen? Oh, what was her name? I can't remember, sorry. Right, but I just wanted you to have a wee look at each other. Turn round and look at each other. Don't look at their bad points, right? Kid on, you don't see them. Look, I'll look at you. I'm looking at you, by the way. You were good. Do you see anything that kind of tells you something? We're all the same, aren't we? We're all wanting the same thing. So we're all united for independence. Sit together and we'll get the job done. See you all later.
Oh, brilliant, Wendy. Let's hear it for young Callum Stewart.
Thank you very much. This is one of my own songs. This is a song called You're Forever.
Expectations cloud their hopes. Young boys in alleys getting taught the ropes. We've all been there, frozen in fear. They're bigger, they're better, they shed no tears. They take no time as they find their place. Earning their money, they leave behind their grace. Could have been you, could have been me. Don't take no for an answer so they don't feel weak. Their mothers worry cause they're out every night. A lift from the police is all it takes to start a fight. They say it's just a phase, it'll blow over soon, till they're on the end of a burning spoon. The light, it's burning slow into the night, is where they feel home. So go where you must go, but don't let them take your forever. As the chemtrails fill up his eyes, you see the ambition slowly start to rise. Don't leave it crushed under the weight. let it out, let it free to fly away. Feel the light, it's burning slow into the night, is where they feel hope. So go where you must go, but don't let them take your forever. Hear the slam of the door, leave it all behind, there's nothing there anymore. Close your eyes, lose track of days, nothing left to say, but don't let them, no, don't let them take your forever.
Thank you very much. Tommy's going to come up in a wee minute, just so I can tune up and he can talk to you while I sit and do this.
Callum's going to give us one more number. I'm going to ask if the Unholy Frankenstein guys, are you ready? Have you been up and got everything ready? Up yous come. Up yous come. Yous are going to finish the day for us. So I hope you're going to finish with a big smile. Callum's going to give us one more number, folks, then we'll finish with the Unholy Frankenstein. You ready, pal?
You know this one, so everybody
there we
sing
go.
along.
I don't know if you can see the changes that have come over me these past few days. Been afraid that I might drift away, so I've been telling old stories, singing old songs that makes me think about where I came from, and that's the reason why I seem so far away today. Let me tell you that I love you and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. If I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia, you're the best friend I've ever had. I have moved, I've kept on moving, and I've proved the points that I needed proving, and I've lost a friend that I needed losing, and I've found others on the way. And I've kissed the ladies, left some crying, stolen dreams, all those no denying, and I've partied hard with my coattails flying somewhere in the wind. Let me tell you that I love you and that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. And if I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia, you're the best friend I've ever had. So let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, now I'm going home. And if I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia, you're the best friend I've ever had. Caledonia, you're the best friend I've ever had.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Let's hear it for Callum Stewart. Let's a wee bit on the mic for our man, Silent Clansman, who just wants to say cheerio.
Can I ask you to hold that, my friend? Oh, brother, comrade. Well, listen, folks, unfortunately, it's way past my bedtime and I've got a bus to get back to the Highlands. But listen, let me take this opportunity to not only thank Tommy and the gang that's put this on today, but also to all the artists and the speakers. It's so important that we never forget the people that put Scotland together. And through our own hard work and dedication, there's somebody down there that's got a flag, a scarf that says, "Our time will come." Never forget, our time will come. Goodbye. Take care, folks. Till next time.
Brilliant for the Silent Clansman! And for a free bus pass. Guys, we're going to finish today with a few numbers from Unholy Frankenstein. Are you guys ready to go? Ready to rock? Ready to roll? Wait a minute, that mic's not on. That mic's not on. Wait till we get this mic on. 2 seconds.
Are we ready?
There you go.
1, 2.
You were born ready.
Check,
on you
check.
go, Joe. Unholy Frankenstein.
Are you ready for some?
Jacobite by name, well done here, well done here. Yeah, Jacobite by name, well done here. Yeah, Jacobite by name, well done here, well done here. Yeah, Jacobite by name, well done here. Yeah, Jacobite by name, well done here, well done here. Yeah, Jacobite by name, well done here. Yeah, Jacobite by name. Freedom is our aim, ye Jacobite by name, well done here.
Which is right, which is wrong? By the law, by the law. Which is right and which is wrong? By the law. Which is right and which is wrong? A short sword and a lang. The red coat guns go bang for draw, for draw. The red coat guns go bang for draw.
Ye Jacobite by name, well done here, well done here. Ye Jacobite by name, well done here.
You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, freedom is our aim. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. What makes heroic strife? Fame the far, fame the far. What makes heroic strife? Fame the far. What makes heroic strife? She went the assassin's knife and lead us all down to bloody war, bloody war. Lead us all down to bloody war. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, freedom is our aim. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. Then let your schemes alone in the state, in the state. Then let your schemes alone in the state. Then let your schemes alone, adore the rising sun, and leave the poor Scotsman to his fate, to his fate. Leave the poor Scotsman to his fate. Tell them, Creator. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. Freedom is our aim. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. Jacobite my name. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere, Windermere. You Jacobite my name, Windermere. Thank you. This next tune's called Secret Squirrel. Secret Squirrel.